I'm here. I'm green. Maybe you're green too. Get the mic in the right position over here. I kind of lean into it, talk to it. Hello out there. Are we ready to party drinking sweet green beer and dancing around with our relatively silly looking green hats? If that's what you're into, in the right place. I'm going to talk a little bit about paranormal tonight, and I'm also going to talk about other things, some videos. Right now, let's go ahead and get started. Open the door, please. Where are you? Of course, I'm the producer on this one. What am I talking about? Bones, open the show. Good evening, everyone. You can kind of tell I am not on All Access Network TV. They had a lot of shows lined up for tonight, and if I was going to do something special, I got to do it alone. So we are going to invite them. We're going to go. Whoop. We are going to invite them. Anybody else to the show? If anybody wants to come on, glad to have you. And there's a little advertising Gwenny, although she is going to be busy the rest of the evening. And that's about all I can send it to. And there we have it. Okay. People have been invited, but people are busy. They're going to parties. Out here living alone, well, the wife and I, out here in the woods and the boondocks, we don't get out much. There's not much going on. The only place happening in Arkansas is, drinking a Coke right now, is Hot Springs. and I'm not going to go in that mob. Anyway, we are going to go ahead and talk about our advertisers. Everybody knows Voices from Beyond, the Orange Paranormal Society. It is my fault. I am sorry. But they have a great tour group. They will not take you in front of a building and say it's haunted. They will not walk by a building and tell you the story of the building and walk away and go to the next building. They will take you inside, put a piece of paranormal equipment in your hand, where you can contact a spirit there in New Orleans, and you'll spend a couple of hours there. Two of the places is old slave quarters behind a voodoo shop and the Andrew Jackson Hotel, among others. You can go there, you can do your tour, and actually have a paranormal experience. They are experienced investigators. They know what they're doing, and they'll give you a good tour for the buck. In the meantime, let's talk about what they're doing this coming year besides their tours, and that's have a Paracon. This is my fault. I'm going to go get a beer. And there you have it. RIP packages start at $349. And that is a lot of it for the special guest. And you know who it is if you've been watching my show. If you haven't, your heart's beating fast. There we have it. And who is this? You don't know?
夜明けが迫り来る招かさる感情を真空の逆流に私は酔いしれて
but he's doing New Orleans. That wouldn't be out of place in New Orleans. Larry Corgan and Mo behind me, they're all excited. Hey, I even got Shep up here. By the way, it looks a little messy in here because it is. I've got stuff right here in front of me, crowding in. I don't have my normal amount of space, but we're having a party anyway. And I do not have Irish beer like I did last year. Again, this is Heineken does not give me any money, so I'm not showing their label. But at least it's in a green bottle. Okay. In the meantime, we are going to crank up a couple of videos, and we're going to see what we can find around here. Do. Dee. Okay, here's one. See what we got. And here's one Confederate statue. I don't think it's going to be coming down.
Nope. Not without someone getting an ass whooping.
Oakwood Cemetery.
Only history, that's it.
For the Confederate soldiers who died,
You stand a very good chance of
they
it.
Camp Douglas are buried in a mass grave. And I think right now the United States is closer to having a civil war than we have since 1859.
Right. The article somebody had wrote.
All right. That was sickeningly short. It's a Confederate statue. Of course, this building was in the Confederacy. So this is not one of the statues that was put up for the Jim Crow era. This was a Confederate building. It's got Confederate history. No, I take that back. This is not Oakwood Cemetery in Chicago. This is at the Military Museum in Arkansas, Little Rock, Arkansas. The U.S. government put on a show trial and hang the boy. This is a little bit full spectrum. There it is. The MacArthur Military Museum in Little Rock. General Douglas MacArthur was born in this building. I thought the people who were born and raised in Little Rock would have no clue that Douglas MacArthur was born here. But he was. He was flat born here. Just a little bit of my video. And this is me. And we're about to go inside and look around the inside of the Fairtown. Alrighty, I got full access. So I'll be around a bit. I did most of my talking yesterday. We'll see what happens today. I got a hard drive in my pocket. I got the Echo Box, so we're liable to do some stuff today. Alright. Once again. Let me go to the museum. People starting to gather around. There's some memorials to the various wars. This is how the war almost started here. Union leader thought better of it and didn't want to start the Civil War, so he vacated and let the Confederate soldiers have this building and its arsenal. By the way, we go over. This is Little Rock, Arkansas, so of course church is a big thing, and there's a big church. And cars parked in it too. About 5 minutes from downtown Arkansas, downtown Little Rock, in proximity to the center of the state. Of course, that being all being in the big city, had I been. Well, that changes gears every time I do something. All right, try again. Our city, that I've been in Chicago for 14 years. It's a good hotel stay last night. All right. Back in the building, of course, is where Teddy Roosevelt, like in the early 1900s, had a meeting. 35,000 people gathered in here, watching the kid, the big stick Roosevelt. All right, that'll do it for outside. Have a good day. All right, let's change locations. Let's go from Little Rock, Arkansas to south of Chicago, Bachelor's Grove Cemetery. Grove Cemetery to the actual settlement, at least part of the settlement. You have to cross this. Back to Crow Creek is fed by a spring. It's not very difficult. A few stones to step on. Water is cold even in the summer. And you kind of walk around the mud hole and up the path. Midway Airport airspace. I think this is. I'm not on it tonight. Anyway, we're going to go from the creek and we're going to go to the Silo Foundation, an old homestead across the creek from Bachelor's Grove Cemetery. You got about a quarter-mile walk from the street to the parking area to Bachelor's Grove Cemetery, and you got about another quarter-mile to walk as you cross the creek to go to this house foundation. You'll pass once, just the house and a well. Do not fall in the well. Right by the path, so if you got kids with you, be careful. And don't bother going back there in the summer. It is too grown up. The best time to go to this location I'm about to show you is spring, about now, or fall, late fall, when everything's kind of died back a little bit. Some people have asked, how far is it from the house foundation to the supposed Indian village? Well, let's just say I'm at the most easy accessible foundation. And we'll take a few steps. And we're very quickly at the location of the old barn that used to be out here that they just let rot down. I think there were a few boards stolen from it, and in the past 2 or 3 years, the old concrete posts that used to hold up the doors to the barn have been taken out of the ground. Now, who steals 200 and 300 pound concrete posts out of the ground? I don't know. You tell me. So, from this point on, we're kind of at the edge of the old Indian village, which may or may not have been the demise of this whole white settlement here. Buried on top, built on top of an old Indian settlement, and you know they had a graveyard back here somewhere. As you can probably hear in the background, further down the lower side of the Indian village is an echo box session. Hey y'all, keep talking. You don't need me. And now we're taking a left from the Indian village and the other foundation. And yes, there are some deer hoof marks here. This is an animal trail. Fairly good size deer too. Okay. Around this jumble of trees. Low bridge. Too low bridge. And here we are. On the road again. And yes, this is a ditch that used to run alongside the old Nickelodeon Highway, which is what we just stepped onto. You can see the other ditch on the other side of the road. And you also see two old property markers. And you also see it's called butt bridge. Let's just sit down and put one leg, then the other over this bad boy. I've gotten off the trail, or at least the trail most traveled, coming from a small debris field, a very unnaturally flat rock. And here I stand at the old house foundation. The trail goes over there, by the way, main trail. Be back on in a minute. You can see right here the old foundation stones, and of course a bunch inside the old basement. This is where the east travel trail that I just took runs into the main trail. This is the well. This is concrete walk and the mysterious step. We're not sure where it goes because the house is over there. And the cistern where water was kept. And the other side of the house foundation. You can see what appears to be the steps. Maybe going to the front door. Go around the cistern. You do not want to fall in there. You need to go out. You can see a path going past the cistern over this log, easily stepped over. More little logs. And we come up on the silo. This is an old silo where, of course, grain and other food supplies was kept. Made out of wood back then, so as was the cabin. So there's nothing left really but the stone foundation to the rectangular cabin and the round silo. See the old style concrete made the floor. And we're now walking back. Past the cistern, the step, and the path to the well. I'm not going to take the rough path back, nor am I going to take the path that leads to the creek, because the Dago box session going on in the Indian village. So we'll be taking a left turn up here. This is the path that leads back to the creek. I guess I am taking the rough trail back. This shows if you go back, you go to the grove, wear the right shoes. Because you will get your feet wet crossing the creek.
Now I'm back to the first, what I call the butt
The
lodge.
cemetery is not all there is to see. The actual path affects the foundation on the just off the path on the way to the cemetery.
The property markers. I think it was enough video for today.
If you go on the winding path,
have a good one
across the creek.
Enjoy your next.
You can go to two more house foundations.
The Bachelor's Road, not the cemetery, but the village.
That was back there. That showed where the Native American village was, and the two house foundations from part of the settlement in Bachelor's Grove. Now, related to Bachelor's Grove, being Libby Mae Humphrey is buried there in Bachelor's Grove, I'm going to show you a video of the outside of the Humphrey house.
And here's the Humphrey house.
Giant Jumper House, huh? Senator John Humphrey. Back porch. A lot of wind here today, so you may be hearing some whistling. There's no way to get to that unless you park by the garage.
Reasons related to Bashford's Grove. Daughter lived there. Actually, she would have lived there had she lived long enough. And the white lady of Bashford's Grove, this house was built for, basically for her, by John Humphrey, her husband. And now what we're going to do is go inside the Humphrey house, which is see some of the absolutely stunning interior views of this very haunted house. I am one of 3 investigators who ever really investigated the place for real, a serious investigation at night. This place is quite haunted. I was there for a seance one night and the heater started banging. And we just wrote it off. Okay, that's just the heat going off. We thought, maybe the manager of the place turned the heat off and it was just banging, because the heat was going off. We asked him, 2 of us were left. We asked him, really startled everybody, when you turn the heat off. He said, "What do you mean turn the heat off?" I haven't turned the heat on all day. I said, "What banging did we hear?" He said, "I don't know what you heard, but it wasn't the heat. Something was banging on the radiator pipes." 3 of us looked at each other and decided it was time to go. So we left. And we are going to leave the John Humphrey house. And we are going to go to an investigation inside Baxter's Grove at the Patrick Stone where Libby Mae Humphrey is buried.
Walk away. Oh, what's today's date? 17th. April 17th, 2015.
This is an echo rock session in the middle of the Patrick plot inside Baxter's Grove Cemetery. Kind of shows you how I do echo box sessions. We'll I'll flip echo box on and I'll just let it roll and see what's being said. See if anybody wants to speak. Give them an opportunity. Sometimes it's just noise. Sometimes it's spirits talking to themselves. And sometimes they'll actually speak to you or answer a question. Let's go to another scene in Bachelor's Grove.
Camera one. Yeah, only camera, really. First video, Indian Village. The low side.
Ah, yes. This is back in the Indian Village.
May 1st, 2015.
Yeah, I showed you on the trail. This was going on in the background.
Anybody cares to say anything? Now would be a good time. I'm listening and recording. If someone knocked the speaker off log, go ahead again. Got it on audio. I'd like to get another one on video. Yes, I'm wearing a brace on my left knee. You heard that right. A Paracon in New Orleans. Get your package now. The RP package is selling out. Some of the packages with Litriana, who will be in the slave quarters behind Voodoo House, is almost sold out now. So if you want to be with Litriana, and that will be broadcast live on her network, All Access Network TV, by yours truly. Gwen Snow will be the producer of that. She will also be there. We'll also have Blaine, another talk show host here on the All Access Network TV. So you're going to have quite a cast of characters supporting Triana, and in a very haunted location. I've been there 3 times, and I've gotten evidence every single time of the 3. Did they open up for tours? They take people there 3 to 4 days a week, so they keep the spirits rolling there, and you will get a paranormal experience. July 31st, 1st and the 2nd, be there or be square, because we have a special guest, and we're going to show you who it is right now, who does not do paracons.
夜明けが迫り来る招かさる感情真空の逆流に私は酔いしれた
All right, everybody, July 31st, August 1st and 2nd this year, the first annual New Orleans Paracon, NewOrleansParacon.com. Get your tickets today. Get your packages today. A great hotel. We're staying right there at the corner of Canal and Bourbon, right there where all the action is. And you'll be able to go, travel at night. You can stay inside all day where it's cool. Yes, I know it's baking in July and August. The events will be held outside the Andrew Jackson Hotel. Will be in the evening time, so it will be much cooler. Bring your shorts. Do not bring open shoes. You do not be want to walk in the streets of New Orleans with open-toed shoes like flip-flops or Crocs. Bring your hiking shoes, please. You don't want to have interaction with the street gravy. Back to the video in Bachelor's Grove.
Yes, I stopped. Yes. Sounds like they had a couple of new people added to the conversation. How many people are talking back here right now? Sometimes a shaman back here. Have you got anything you want to say? Dog? Where do you see a dog? Yes, I'm right here. Yes, that is my name. Thank you.
I think it's enough of Baxter's Grove back at the Indian Village. We go out of this, and we're going to do a change up. We've changed around a couple of locations already. Now, go to New Orleans. Yes, the Big Easy. NOLA.
And her husband, Dr. Louis LaLaurie. Now, before Delphine was LaLaurie, she was actually
This is
Delphine
the LaLaurie house
McCarty
on a
of the
tour.
wealthy McCarty tribe. She was a second generation French Creole woman. Now, the McCartys in New Orleans were very well-to-do in New Orleans society, and they were also exceedingly wealthy. And Delphine, she was incredibly beautiful as well as charming and charismatic. So, of course, a young girl in New Orleans society, they married her off pretty early. However, her first husband, he dies mysteriously, and then she gets married again, and that husband, he dies mysteriously as well. And then after she's absorbed the wealth of two husbands, night, there would be a whole banquet of food set out, there would be a band playing, dancing, and singing, and it would go into the early morning hours of the next day. These parties were like epic in scope. You guys forgive me, I'm losing my voice a little bit, so I start getting a little craggy. You had my permission to laugh a little bit.
Need a sip of my hurricane?
No, I'm good, thank you. Alright, so, thank you, y'all got my back over here. About 6 months after they move into this house, Delphine gets into a little bit of trouble. She gets in trouble because someone reports her for abusing and beating on her slaves. Now you guys, slavery in Louisiana was pretty much the worst thing in history. The things that slave owners did to their servants or their slaves was atrocious. Incredibly in Louisiana on the plantations, and especially in New Orleans as well. However, I will say that in New Orleans, there was what was known as a code noir. Now, the code noir was a set of guidelines by which slave owners had to adhere to here. So of course, she kind of bribes them in. She wheedles them onto her side. So they said, you know what, we've been dying to come to your Christmas party for years. That sounds like a lovely idea. We'll just forget this one instance ever happened. Just don't do it again. So they leave the house without taking away her slaves. And of course, they have an invitation to the Christmas party that year, so they're happy. However, about a year later, no, these events happened in the 1830s, so early 1830s. Around 1832, Delphine gets into more trouble. There's a slave girl named Leah. Leah was around the age of 12 years old. Leah was the equivalent of Delphine's handmaiden or chambermaid. I don't know if I have any Downton Abbey watchers in this group, but she was basically Lady Mary's Anna. Alright, so that meant that in the morning, Leah would come in, she would help Delphine get dressed, brush her hair out, fix it into some kind of cloth on top of her head, and help her get ready for the day. Then during the day, she would wash her clothes and do things like that. At the nighttime, she would help Delphine get undressed, hang up her clothes, and brush out her hair for her to go to bed. During one of these evenings, when she's brushing out Delphine's hair, she hits a little bit of a snag or a knot in her hair. She yanks a little too hard to get it out, and suddenly Delphine flies to her leg. She grabs the nearest whip laying close by, because apparently Delphine Lalaurie just have whips laying about willy-nilly in your house. She starts beating poor Leah up and down and out through the house. She takes her all the way down to the parlor floor, beating her with his whip. And I've never beat anybody with a whip, so I don't know how to do it, so you probably don't know what Then she chases Leah back upstairs. She chases her upstairs all the way. When she chases her to the third floor, she's still beating her with the whip. And story goes, two versions. One version is that Lalaurie owned this house. It's actually about on the third floor. That is actually that window right there. But same thing occurs. Delphine cracks the whip. Leah windmills away to get away from her. She actually falls out of the window or off of the balcony behind me to her death. Now, pushed on the person. Now, the awful part about this story is that Delphine calmly walked down the stairs. She walked out the front door. She walked around the corner and right behind me. She grabbed poor Leah's body by the arm and she drug her through the street all the way over there to the porte cochere that leads to the courtyard, and she buried her body in the courtyard. Because you guys, this is a tried and true New Orleans kind of story. If you murder somebody in New Orleans in the 19th, 18th century, you just bury them in your courtyard like it never happened and nobody will ever find out. It's going to be a repeating pattern tonight during some of our stories. Back it up on you. All right. So, however, if someone falls from the third story floor of your house, there's going to be eyewitness accounts. So one of her neighbors turns her in. Then the sheriff comes back to her house, as well as with several other deputies and a lawyer, and they say, Delphine, you killed one of your slave girls. That's a big no-no in New Orleans. We're definitely going to take all of your slaves away this time. But not only that, we're going to charge you a fine of $300 for murdering someone. So you guys, that was basically just a slap on the wrist for Delphine. And that's how much slave lives were worth in New Orleans at the time. It was a near $300. She didn't have to go to jail. She didn't get convicted of murder. She just had to pay a fee. So it's pretty gruesome in that aspect as well. Alright, however, the last time I'm going to hit this point home, and I won't say it again. The Lalauries were wealthy. The Lalauries were popular. The Lalauries were well respected in society. All these things combined made them powerful. And I don't know about you guys, according to history, you're not supposed to make powerful people mad because of what they might be able to do to you. So, the whole town in New Orleans, especially the white aristocracy, turned a blind eye to the fact 2 weeks later when the Lalauries showed up to the auction block, and they bought back every single solitary original slave that was taken out of their house from them. They bought them back and they returned them here. Those slaves actually paid a really horrible price too. A lot of people believe that the Lalauries bought those slaves back because they had a bunch of secrets the Lalauries didn't want them to know. Alright, so all these events happened around 1831, 1832. We're going to fast forward to 1834 during one of these big, beautiful parties that the Lawry's would throw. I think I neglected to mention that during these parties, the madam would actually come down dressed in several different outfits during the night. That's how posh and fashionable she was in society, that she needed to treat a party like it was her wedding every night. So she would come down in a new outfit and say, look at me, aren't they posh, aren't they fashionable, I changed my clothes again. So that was like a big to-do in the New Orleans Society papers. Alright, so during this one party, it's going great. The band's already striked up, the wine is flowing well. The LC's already came out in their second outfit of the night. However, in the middle of the party, someone smelled smoke. Guys, there's a group coming. If you just want to come up just a little bit, try not to get on the plate. Alright, so in the ballroom, as people are dancing, they smell the smell of smoke. And then suddenly smoke starts to trickle into the ballroom as well. When this happens, you guys are going to know later on in the tour that we are fire shy in New Orleans, because if your house catches on fire, that means my house is going to catch on fire in the French Quarter. So everyone evacuates outside. However, the La Lawry's, they didn't miss a beat, you guys. They were the quintessential host and hostess. They said, you know what? Send out the tables, send out the chairs, send out the food, send out the champagne. We'll turn this into a big street party. And that's what happened. As all their guests were outside milling about in their finery, their party finery, out came all the food and the champagne, and they just continued drinking and twirling around and dancing their little hearts out as people tried to put out the fire inside. Meanwhile, the fire department, the police department have gone inside. Usually where fire started back in the day was either in your chimney, near the fireplace, or in the kitchen. So they go straight to the kitchen first, and indeed that is where the fire had started. They go inside, they put out the fire. As the smoke clears, they realize that there is someone still in the kitchen. And this person miraculously has not died. She hasn't died from smoke inhalation, nor has she died from any burns yet. She's still able to talk. And they realize soon that this woman is actually chained to the stove. Because you see, this woman was actually the cook of the La Lawry. And if you were the La Lawry's cook, you get chained to the stove at night, because what if the madam wakes up and wants a midnight snack and there's no one there to cook it for her? So every night this woman got chained to the stove and had a pallet nearby. What people did not count on was that this woman, this slave, this cook, was actually the mother of the slave Leah, who had died several years before. Now remember, if you were this mother and this woman at the house had killed your child, you wouldn't be technically out of modern day times, right? This woman was a slave. She didn't have any choice in the matter. Not only did the lady of the house kill her baby, but the lady of the house was also her boss, and she couldn't do anything against her because she had no rights in New Orleans. And then she thought she got away for a while and she got brought right back. So she was essentially a victim as well. So they asked her, they say, why did you do this? Why did you do this? Why did you set fire to this house? And she said, I didn't want to end up like the rest of them. Go to the uppermost floor of this house and you will see why. The real miraculous part of the story is that these men listened to this slave woman. They believed her. They searched the rest of the house. They went all the way up to the uppermost floor. They found the secret attic door. They went inside of the attic, you guys, and the scene that confronted them was the worst, the most gruesome in New Orleans history. And I say that because it is well documented in our papers, the Times-Picayune, as well as the New Orleans Bean at the time. Everything I'm about to tell you guys is true and documented. Alright, so when they went inside this attic room, they saw slaves chained and shackled and in cages. Inside, they had been beaten, tortured, and had experiments performed upon them for years. There was a man in the cage with all of his skin peeled off of his face like a carrot. The most gruesome part of the story is that he was still living with all of his skin off of his face. Not only that, there was another man catatonic in the corner. When they got closer, they realized that this man had a hole in his skull, like where you would give someone a lobotomy, with a wooden spoon inside him in the cage. Because the madam, you see, would come up and she would stick the spoon in his head to see if she could stir his salt. And he was miraculously still alive as well, though I believe he was probably not long in this world. There were women who had incisions in their stomachs with their intestines pulled out and wrapped around their necks. There were also people who had genital reassignment performed upon them. I'll let you use your imagination about that one. Not only that, the Lalaris, they like to perform amputations as well as limb reassignment. And then the very worst one, in my opinion, was that there was a little boy around the age of 10. He had all the bones broken in his arms and legs, so they would be bent backwards. And once the Lalaris bent his bones backwards, so they would heal in an inverted manner. And once they healed, he actually walked like a crab. And they called him the Crab Boy. These were sick serial killers, my friends. And they were living under the guise of wealthy New Orleans society people. All right. So, once the fire department and the police department start taking these broken bodies of these slaves out of the house, remember, outside, there's still a party going around. People are twirling around in parties, start drinking champagne, having a good time. When they see all of this carnage come out of the house, they are horrified. And eventually, they turn into an angry mob when they realize what happened. Because you see, all of those years that they had been attending these parties, they realized they were accomplices to the fact, because the sounds of their revelry and their partying were actually sounds that were covering up the screams and the torture happening upstairs. Because the Lalaris, they didn't care about throwing parties. They didn't care about society. They just wanted to torture and be serial killers. Remember I said Delphine came down in several different outfits in the evening? And that's because she was going upstairs. She was torturing slaves. She was getting all bloody. She would go into her boudoir, change her clothes, come back down to the party, make an appearance, say, look at me, I changed my clothes again, and then go back up and torture the slaves more as the party raged on downstairs and covered up the sound of their screams. But not only that, all these mobs that are dancing out in the street realized that nobody said anything when they went to the auction block that weekend and they bought back all those slaves, even though they knew Delphine had already killed one of her slaves already, and they knew that she had a history of abusing them, but nobody stood up and said anything and told any of the authorities about it. So pretty crooked stuff. This is another tried and true New Orleans thing. All right, so all these people at the party throw into an angry mob. They're calling for the Lalaris' head. They want to string him up and take him down to Jackson Square and hang him by the gallows and guillotine him or what have you. They did a lot of creepy things to people in Jackson Square back in the day. However, you guys, the Lalaris are nowhere to be found. Because remember when I said they were the quintessential host and hostess? They sent everybody out front, totally smoke and mirror. They had everybody looking over here and coming out here while they went to the back of their house. They got into their carriage in their courtyard, and they actually escaped in their couche all the way down there. Because you guys, they realized that the jig was up. Once the cops and the people were going through their house, they knew they would eventually find some kind of evidence of all the crimes they had committed over the years. And so they escaped early on when they realized that the cops and the fire department were going to come inside. So they went down this road to the left, and they went all the way to Mobile, Alabama. We believe they hopped ship on a ship going to Paris, France. And the reason we know this is because all these events happened in 1834. In 1849, we have a death certificate for Madame Marie Delphine Lalaurie. I mean, how often do you hear people that have a name like that? A death certificate for Madame Marie Delphine Lalaurie in Paris, France in 1849. So she died old and fat and happy during a boar hunting expedition, believe it or not. That is why this house is the most haunted in New Orleans history. Because all the ghosts inside, all the people that died inside, they never got any kind of revenge. They never got any kind of retribution for any of the sins or the harm committed against them. Afterwards, when they were searching the house, they actually found bodies buried underneath the floorboards as well as in the walls of the house as well. They had been torturing and killing people for years and hiding the evidence of these legends. Alright, through the years, this house has been several different things. It was a girls' school at one point. Worst idea ever, I'm sure. And then it was a restaurant. That couldn't make it. Later on, it was a hotel. That didn't do well. They even tried to make it a bank at one point. And then they tried to make it a bar. And you guys are thinking a bar in the French Quarter in New Orleans on the Rue Royale. And, you know, couldn't beat it, right? They couldn't make that work as well for whatever reason. Then they actually turned this place into apartments. They cut it up into several different sections. And while people were living here, over 4 people committed suicide. Not only that, There was a family who reported that their children would wake up in the middle of the night screaming, and they would find whelps and bruises and scratch marks all over their arms that were made by unseen entities. And not only that, there was actually a young boy who lost his life from falling out of one of the third-story windows. And then in 2006, Nicolas Cage buys his house, my friends. The actor Nicolas Cage. Now, when he buys his house, apparently, unbeknownst to him, he didn't know that it was haunted. When he found out it was haunted, he didn't ever really stay the night here. He just had it at the property value. However, what he liked to say in New Orleans is the minute that he bought the La Laurie Mansion, he became cursed by the ghost of New Orleans. And you guys can look it up on IMDb.com, the International Movie Database. From 2006 on, Nicolas Cage has not had a movie come out, you guys, that has done well at the box office whatsoever. And you guys remember him in the early 90s, late 2000s. This man won Oscars. Him and Michael Bay couldn't fail at the box office. I don't know if y'all are aware of Con Air, Face Off, The Rock. It was an awesome movie. And then suddenly, his luck turned south. Not only that, he got arrested in New Orleans twice, apparently once for being publicly drunk and beating on his wife. Second time for being publicly drunk, and apparently he beat up on a tourist. And then, in 2009, nearly 3 years later, he gets convicted of tax evasion. The IRS comes after him. They convict him of tax fraud, and they take away all of his property in New Orleans, including this house behind me and another one in the Garden District, which I believe my friend here saw today. All right, so they take that house away from him. Then, in 2012, a wealthy Texas oil baron buys his property, gets completely renovated on the inside and the outside. When he does this, I've even heard that he hired several famous voodoo priests and priestesses to come in and cleanse the house and acknowledge the ghosts on the inside. However, I will say that he does not live here. He's pretty much gone 9 months out of the year. He really only comes here this much for a couple of days at a time. He does not let people on the inside. He does not let filming happen, nor does he let tours, nor paranormal investigation. In fact, the people who work for him sign highly, highly confidential confidentiality clauses, so they're not talking to anybody. He actually has an agent in town, a woman who takes care of his interests while he's not here, and I do know that she does not live here. In fact, she refuses to live here, and she's actually been on record saying that she's had strange experiences on the inside of the house as well. I will say, though, he was here about 3 weeks ago.
Downstairs area. It's been walking around upstairs. Outside, around the slave house. This, friends and neighbors, is one of the 2 locations you will see. Or we'll see actually several. This is the old slave quarters behind the Voodoo House in New Orleans. You can go on tour for this most nights, or that it's offered, along with Andrew Jackson Hotel and a couple of other locations. And you can go on tour with this and investigate this place yourself. So this is that location
behind the voodoo shop. You have to go up these stairs. This green core. There's 3 built-in lights. This is the upstairs. There was a reason I was hesitating to use strictly my cameras very much. The ones that had a couple of good batteries. This one? Oh, it's gone. Using slicers straining the hell out of it. Okay. All right, as I said, that was the voodoo shop. A little bit downstairs, a little bit upstairs. Several years ago when I was there. Now we are going to go back to the Chicagoland area on the 100th anniversary of the Eastland sinking. Don't know what that is. That's the ship that sank and killed as many people that was killed in the Titanic, except this time, instead of mostly crew like the Titanic, it was mostly passengers. Right there in the Chicago River in about 12, 14 feet of water. We were on the 100th anniversary in the Bohemian Cemetery, where most of the people who died are buried. So let's go to that right now. It's an investigation on 100th anniversary of the sinking of the Eastland.
This later, but we're interested in talking with you now, so we thank you and appreciate your time. Can we hear another name? Whether or not you're from the Eastland disaster right now, can anybody here say one of our names that's present?
Did you just say Debbie?
We're all just very curious, full of love and respect here, so we would like to speak to anyone, but it is an anniversary of a tragic thing in Chicago here, and finally people are taking notice.
Do me a favor. See that black box right there on the corner? Can you put it in front of you?
So maybe somebody that was on that Eastland disaster ship
No, it's just shining in the wrong
might be
direction.
able to come through and talk to us. Perfect time, place, location, everything. If you could just say hello so we
where's it
know
pointed?
it's you.
Where is it pointed?
Pointing towards that way.
Point,
Pointing towards that.
point toward the wheel.
Towards you.
The wheel.
Kind of an amazing opportunity we have right now at this moment. And we really hope someone's out there that was on the ship that day. We just want to say hello and people remember. There's a lot of people trying to talk through and chime in. Can anyone, or specifically someone from on the ship, just say Eastland? It's an easy word to say. Is anyone here with us now that died on that ship? We heard one person say yes. Can you yell out your name for us?
I heard Tom.
Okay, we'll go with that. Hello, Tom.
You said, who's this? That's Carl talking to you.
Yes, I'm sorry. I may not have introduced myself. I am Carl. Is this Tom?
I heard a female voice say no. Obviously your name is not Tom. What is your name?
If somebody really hears something good, speak it up. Yeah. Can anyone else tell us their name? Once again, my name is Carl. Everyone wants to talk and we'll all start talking, but say your name for us.
Hello?
Hello? We're just a good group of people that are very fun-loving and open-minded, and you now have a chance to speak to us through this device. Is there anyone here that needs any help? Is there anything we can do to help you? All right, I did say my name earlier. Is there anyone out there that can say my name, call my name? Can anybody tell us the name of the cemetery we're in right now? I know you can see me right now. You can see all of us. If there's somebody here really close that can see us right now, tell me this. What hand am I holding up above my head? What hand am I holding up above my head? I heard it. Still holding it above my head. What hand? Still holding it above my head. What hand? We really want to speak with someone directly. I know you have to concentrate and talk to us, whether you're from the Eastland, or just this cemetery, or just a friendly, loving spirit person. We want to hear your name. We want to hear your name. Take it away.
I'm speaking to my recorder now. That's a jet airplane going over.
It sounds like another language coming from too.
Good evening, this is Walt. What's your name?
Dot? Here's your name, Dot.
Tonight's a very historic night. 100 years since Eastland went down. Is there anybody here with us that'd like to talk?
I would say I heard something here.
Yeah, I was going to say something. I Should be. I was going to ask the same thing. People are Billy here that you know of.
I imagine there is. I've heard Dot 2 or 3 times though. Dot, since you've identified yourself, is there anything else you'd like to say? If you have anything you want to tell the living, now's the time.
That is your Eastland, yes.
Yes.
Whoever said Eastland, thank you. Please continue trying to talk to us. Walt's going to talk with you now.
Did somebody hear this is Eastland? Yes.
Hello, Dot. How are you this evening?
Good. Something?
Dot, were you on the Eastland?
Yes.
Is there anything we can help you with today, Dot? Today's the 100th year anniversary. We're here with love and respect.
Yep.
Would you like to talk with any of us this evening?
Hello, Dot. This is Carl. Thanks for talking with us. Who were you with on the ship that day? Were you with your boyfriend? Husband? Family?
It was her.
She seemed to respond very quickly.
Hey, Dot, it's Walt again. Do you have any friends with you this evening? We have a few friends here that would like to speak with you tonight. Is there anything you'd like to share with us this evening, Dot? I'll just ask a simple question, God. How are you this evening?
Hey, Dot. Even though that... Did you just say what? Even though that was a very tragic night, bad memories and everything, do you like it that at least people are remembering you and everyone 100 years later? What part of the Chicago River by what road? What part of the Chicago River by what road? Who are you with right now, Dot? Are you with your family? Who are you with?
I heard the word messenger.
We'll see you soon. Okay. Nice meeting you too.
See you guys. That was kind of crazy hearing Dot in Eastland, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some research tonight.
Yeah.
Are you gonna?
Sure.
All right, that's going to be it for the first one. We're going to, again, talk about New Orleans Paracon. It is only an hour, been here for 2 hours. So we're going to start the third hour talking about New Orleans.
招る感情真空の逆流に私は酔いしれた心臓から
All right, we're going to get back to. By the way, get your tickets now. Some are being sold. Some packages are close to being sold out, so you might get a package of your choice. Check out Paragon.com and get your package of your choice and your budget, and come down to NOLA July 31st, August 1st, and 2nd. For now. Happy St. Patrick's Day. All right, and enough of the old Irish music. We'll go back to the Bohemian Cemetery in search of the ghost of the Eastland disaster.
Somebody just said 5. There's 5 of us here. Can anyone tell us or say any of our names that are present here? We want to hear one of our names. Whoa. Who's trying to talk to us and communicate right now? Making the noise. here say the Eastland again? The name of the ship?
I heard it. I heard it. When did you hear it?
Thank you. We've already said it. How long ago did this happen? How many years ago?
Did somebody just say century?
I think I heard that.
Somebody just said quiet. And it's that pulsing robotic voice when it comes through. Who just said be quiet? Is it okay if we continue trying to talk to you? Somebody a little aggravated on this feeder.
There usually is. I don't know why.
Is there someone here that's very angry? Sorry you're angry right now. Why are you angry?
I heard Tom again.
Hello, Tom. What do you want to say, Tom? Were you on the east one, Tom? Where are you at right now? Is it okay if we continue to talk, Tom? Please keep trying.
Tom, why do you not want to try?
Hello. Tom, what happened to you? Mike, you heard something. Did you say smoking?
I heard yes.
Did cancer get you? I think I heard an immediate answer. Can you say it again?
I think it's emphysema.
Did emphysema do you in? Tom.
Cody.
Thanks for saying hello and talking to us, Tom. Are you okay right now? Are you near us, close to us right now at this moment? Keep trying. You usually come through with a real loud, strong reply. It means you're strong and probably close. Are you here with us right now? Is Dot still here? Or is Dot with you, Tom? Can anybody else there with Tom or somewhere else we don't know say your name real loud? Go to bed? Didn't he just say that?
Or something very close to that. Who needs to go to bed? You telling Mike he needs to go to bed?
Can I tell you guys something and y'all believe me? Before they said that, I had my head down like this and my eyes closed, and I seriously was dozing. And I swear on my life.
Well, that's why I asked, because I had a feeling that was connected. You were going down a little bit, and I heard that. I wanted to hear your name. I'm not kidding. That's why I said, are you okay? Should Debbie go to bed soon? I'm going to say your name.
Mm-hmm.
I really want to hear if you can tell us the name of the cemetery we are in right now. Nope.
You can't say Bohemian?
It's a Bohemian.
I heard it. Undertone. So Debbie needs to go to bed soon.
Yep.
We are in Bohemian National Cemetery. And we are speaking about what ship disaster. Review that part a second ago, Len. 3 syllables. The East Len. Did anybody else hear that? Huh? Thank you. Thank you very much for that. That was a little bit distorted, but that's a familiar voice we're hearing now. Thank you for communicating with us. Tell us your name. Is Bruce your name? Is Tom still here?
No.
We don't mean to be rude. We'll talk to whoever, but sometimes you come and go and you can't help it, and we don't know. That's why we like hearing a name. Randy? Work it, dude.
What year, do you guys know what the Eastern disaster year was? What famous shipwreck sank in 1912?
He said the percentage, didn't he?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Titanic.
You know how many people died on the Eastland? How many are buried there? Did you hear that? I heard something. Thank you for your communication.
That's the answer, ain't it?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. That one blew my socks off. 135. Yes. Review that one. Review the subside.
Right.
They're gonna see your car. They come and see? I just want them to hit it.
That person is a little blown away by the answer of 135. That answer is correct. The person who replied with that answer, can you tell me the name of the person who asked you that question?
Just cruise around in a convertible.
Okay, if you guys know the Titanic very well, then how many people passed away on that ship? Okay, similar question. What was the captain's name on the Titanic?
Was it Ike, Tony, or Anthony?
After the Eastland disaster, where were the people, the victims? Where were they first placed in? What morgue? What was the name of that morgue? And what is that morgue, that place called today? Oh, bingo! Thank you so. Harpo. Oh, I heard
Mike.
Blows you away every time, don't it?
Thank you so much.
Okay, what's the name of the road or the bridge that was nearest to where the Eastland capsized? The what street bridge? Am I hearing Spanish? Yep. Did you hear it? Here's some more trivia then, if we're going this route, to see if you really know. The founder of the Chicago Bears was to be on that ship, but was late. What was his name? What was his first name? Founder of the NFL and the Chicago Bears. You heard that? All right, how about another one? That ship was employees of what company? Most people work for who going to a picnic? Seems like some of you are coming and going. Is there anybody else here that can say their name?
One at a time.
Sound like Dot again.
Yeah.
Dot, are you here again?
I died. We're not laughing at you. We're just ecstatically happy that you're back with us. Why does it keep echoing the same?
Dot, can you tell us where you're at right now?
Who among you is draining my energy?
Are you taking all of Debbie's energy, Dave?
Dave, I don't mind if you use some of my energy, but please don't take it all, okay? I mean, I'm really drained.
So you're close by now, Dave?
Somebody. Uh-huh. Did you hear it? Uh-huh.
Put your K2 up. We got something we're going to put out here real quick. Try to go by it and manipulate it. Maybe make it light up. Debbie's taking it out of her purse right now. Go over there and see if you can light it up.
That's not really art. you're right here by me. I feel you. Thank you for giving me some of my energy back.
I know it takes a lot, Dave, but it's pretty cool that you're responding. Can you go over there by her and just for 1 second change the color of those lights? All you gotta do is go by that device.
Show me that my piece of equipment is working, because I don't even know if it works. I just bought it. Please. Okay, then where are you?
Are you with us too also, Doc? Are you close by? We heard you say you were here.
I feel someone here.
All right, who's standing over there right now? They were both talking to you a minute ago. It is? We gotta go by 11. All right, we gotta get going soon. Doc, thank you for talking to us. Tom, thank you.
Thank you.
Dave, the person who said Titanic, everybody. We just hope everyone's okay with where you're at right now. Can anybody tell us where you are at right now? Dave, are you near Debbie over there on the road right now?
I feel someone's presence right here with me. I've got the response, the tingles, everything.
Dummy. You hear that?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Are you dummy?
Who's heard this quiet the whole night? Who said dummy? No one wants to claim that.
This is dummy and everybody left. Maybe time to get packed up. It can take us about 5-6 minutes to get it.
All right, let's do it. Dummy was weird. Okay, we have to go now, fast.
Okay, the battery is all but gone. It's full spectrum. In fact, it shut down. I don't know if the spirit shut it down or shut it down because of battery or both. This camera just about done for the day. One more sweep around the cemetery.
This is a small cemetery outside of prison, just outside of
Okay.
Bennington, Good, Arkansas.
Which one of you shut my camera down? Okay, you said her. Which her? He ain't not in any trouble. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm not here to get angry. You wanna know what that noise is? That's a crop duster. There it is.
All right, now we're going to go to the Chicago area, back to Chicago area. This is at Castle Missouri, which has now been divided up for apartments. You no longer get in there. This is a nighttime investigation there. It is an old mob hideout, headquarters, speakeasy. The outside walls are in some places 10 feet thick. It was built to withstand a siege from a police department.
Back over there. Back in the pool room. Billiard room.
Step in here right here for a second. The gentleman in freeze frame on the screen is a descendant of the mob boss who ran this particular headquarters. He's a direct descendant of the person who used to run this location for the mobs, Casa Madrid.
There's a flashlight. Turn the light on so they're still here. Someone will talk to us.
Yeah, it's not show you when you walk in here. A lot show you. You got about 2 degrees colder coming through that doorway. Yeah. Rocco, are you in here? Anything you wanted to say, Keith? Yeah. The flashlight came on. Yeah. It's on the pool table. No, you have to squeeze it. Did you notice when the light came on? Did it happen when you put your stuff down? Did you notice when this came on? Or it came on when you walked in? Ah, so it's not when you put your stuff on. So it came, right, so it came on after we walked away. Yeah. Okay. Well, we haven't been swearing, so you won't get any swear words. We've been good tonight. Yeah, that's all that static stuff. Midnight Paranormal Society. Get you on mine here. PC? Mm-hmm. Those detect static electricity. If something passes over them, they'll turn off. We actually, one of them turned off earlier. It's what?
And it stops with like half the room is filled with half in it. So it starts pressing up again. No,
No.
reading in there,
The electromagnetic field. The hearing stuff is what? EVP. Electronic voice coming on.
Now, something, I don't know if it's people upstairs or it's just something paranormal in that back room where the furnace is there, where the things, the ladder coming in.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole bunch of noises back there in the back room. Yeah, it's basically coming from that side room and the one with the meters on it. Well, the meters should replace all the electricity. Right, but I'm saying if something wants to move, it's something going around in there.
We heard noises back in there too.
Right, but
Yeah.
it's not constant, it's correct.
Yeah, and and the bumpers that were sitting up against all by the barbecue, you heard those move a little bit.
Right, exactly.
Oh, I probably just saw something.
So did I.
Right over by that green light, right? By the green light?
Yep.
Yeah, I saw a shadow.
Big time.
Right there. Yeah, I saw a shadow go by it. Yeah, right in here, I saw a shadow come through. And I think I might actually have had it on camera. I might have. Is anyone back here?
Almost like half a person.
Yeah. Yeah. So you get that a lot, shadow figure. If you were to go on our Facebook page, you'd see the picture my daughter got it. It's a full body shadow figure. That's wild.
Haven't heard that. That was the first thing I seen.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I saw it too. And maybe I got it. Because I had the camera going that way.
I was trying to figure out if I seen it.
Yeah. That's your first reaction was, no, that couldn't be. Oh man, it is just cold right here. There's a cold spot right here, right about where we saw that.
Yep.
Yeah, let's see if I caught it. Still moving some stuff on. Recording. On the way up, I discovered that my digital recorder had shut itself off too. They both shut off at the same time. There was still a little bit of power left in that battery. Because when I open this up to get it to flat, it turned back on. Yeah, there was something there, but it just killed both of these items. That light's out again. Oh, it went out earlier. Really? Yeah. He's just staying upstairs. I kind of freaked him out a little. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, it went completely out earlier. Something's come through here. Rocco, are you here? Okay. Oh, okay. Take your time. Ooh, chilly. Yeah. Seriously colder back here. This is the room Pete said was probably most active. Yeah, this was an office. Apparently this was once a small office with a safe you could stand in. Not anymore. Look at how thick that wall is. Right over here by the window. We were standing out near the pool table. We had gone out because the flashlight etc. had turned on. And then I looked back and I was filming back this way. And from there, we saw the shadow come across here. So, yeah, we saw it right there. I think I caught the end of it. He saw more of it. He saw a full person. I just saw a flash. No, that freaked him a little bit. Teeth. Mm-hmm. Yeah, could be. This camera, maybe. When he placed it, we ended up with 2 cameras pointed that way. Yeah, go ahead and do it there. Right, exactly. Oh, if you just plug me this. Oh no, I'm out of place. Alright, I'm gonna put a flashlight here too. That's me. I did that in the bathroom too. Alright. So to make the flashlight come on too. There's a new door open. Tell you what, it does get seriously cold by that door. Oh. Oh, sorry, that's me. Wow, so many floodlights. Oop, that was me getting off the tires.
We'll get back to the investigation in just a few minutes. But it's on the hour. We're now starting our 4th hour of broadcasting. Just showing some videos from past investigations. We're currently looking at an investigation Casa Madrid, who is now an apartment complex. So this was one of the best and most filmed investigations of Casa Madrid. It was the only one where we had a actual descendant of the man who used to run Casa Madrid. And we had video cameras going, which some of the investigations there did not have that many of. There's not that much record of any other investigation of Casa Madrid. So we'll continue with that investigation in just a minute. But let's talk about New Orleans and the New Orleans Paracon. We're doing this every hour, just after the hour. So here we go. One more time. I will play it again at the end of the show.
影が迫り来る招かさる感情真空の逆流に私は酔いしれた
All right, now back to our investigation of Casa Madrid. Here we go.
I don't see it makes much difference here. Sorry. We'll see in a minute ago when you come back out. You walk past it. Okay. You walk back out that door. Have you got an IR source in your hand? I don't know your name. Standing by the doorway. Do you have an IR light in your hand? Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm seeing. I like when you keep crushing into stuff. Yes, you like. Or if you want to make a sound instead of turning the light off. You can make a sound. Balloon. Are you remembering the party? Is there a big party down here? Balloon drop, yeah. Balloons, the sound, the horns.
Remember the family? Mom?
Loud? Did your family have a loud party down here? So around the window it's cold. That's the camera. That's the camera. Five-degree drop. Somebody just say wow. Oh, okay. You see. That's interesting stuff. Let's see if I can find you guys. I can't see it. Too small. Well, this is the room where they played pool. Yeah, the maid one. Yeah. Interesting aspect. I thought you said. Sorry it out. That would be a challenge down here. complaining the traffic noise is loud? Not at all. So the light is winking. Gotta get up and move. My hands are stiff. Cold is starting to really hurt. Yes. So are my legs. Other than the temperature dropping, nothing since we saw that shadow. Putting the light back on. But yeah. Yeah, it might just be.
Not every 6 weeks. That's what I was told. In the red light, yeah, it should be right.
Oh, I feel like cold again. Right here. I feel it hitting me. And I felt the cold. It's just my hand is ice. It's really ice. There was something back there. I don't know if it came from there. I thought it came from upstairs. You might get some shadow there from these lights behind you. I thought I saw a light actually off to the left when it came in. Yeah, it was over there on that door. You know, I saw red over here a second ago. Do you know what time it is? I don't know. 12:16? Okay. Yeah, I've got a watch on, but I'd have to mess with the camera to do it. For some reason, I just felt like I really needed to know what time it was. Right, you got the 3 up and the 3 down. Oh, really feel cold pass through here. That's back where we were, wasn't it? Oh, it felt warm. So I felt like a warmth as we came through that wall. Yeah. Maybe it's maybe farther back. There's a cold draft coming down from there if I leave the outside. Is it that end back there? Just the wall of tires?
Had a room out there.
Piles of tires. And a cooler. That's interesting.
Figure out again.
We'll walk this way. That's where I like this type. This is weird. It's like this huge thick wall. And all I think is just this space here.
Right.
Yeah. It's almost like hidden rooms.
Yeah.
Hey guys. Was that close to the door before?
No, but I think some people were looking in there, and I think they moved it back. When I came down to the outside,
Oh, okay.
I think they know they were going in there, traffic wasn't coming in and out.
Feel the chill again. Back to the other back men's room. Yeah. Well, I think this leads outside. You can feel the cold air just blasting through there. Purple. They look purple in this light. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a cold space. In through the hobbit-sized door. Yeah, that door has to be moved. Excuse the pun, but that grill is a hot spot. Excuse the pun, the grill is a hot spot. And this is the stuff we heard moving earlier.
I was doing this investigation, in case you're wondering, with Frank Heiberger, and you just saw Tony Zabiskie. He is now of fame doing tours in Chicago, and this is just one of the investigations we went on together. Very good investigator. He's a very wise tour guide in Chicago. If you go to Chicago, go on some of his tours. You will not regret it. Now back to the video.
Was the noise was coming from here? No, it didn't move around a lot. It's just kind of like.
Yeah, it was kind of like cooling.
Oh, that's the one in the apartments. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a couple feet away from it. I kicked the spots. Are you kicking the bucket? think so. Let's see how thick the wall is. The grill, wall thick. How thick? Tall. Let's see how it's finished off.
All right, we're gonna wind it up. We're gonna wind it up. I can find which one's playing. There we go. Too many videos. Anyway, I think 4-hour show is long enough. Facebook only allows me to use a 4-hour show in a couple of minutes, and I'm fixing to use those couple of minutes. We're gonna go one more time. Talk about New Orleans Paracon. Here's all the information you need to know. You can go to, if you need something else, if you want to buy tickets, go to NewOrleansParacon.com.
影が迫り来る招かさる感情真空の逆流に私は酔いしれて心臓から
All right, everybody. Appreciate it. Have a good night. Hope you had a happy St. Patrick's Day, and hope you enjoyed going on a couple of older videos, couple places, or locate the Indian village past Bachelor's Grove. There's not too many people know exactly where that is. Of course, Bachelor's Grove, the Castle Madrid. You can't go there anymore. It's an apartment complex. But of course, you could go to the Bohemian Cemetery to this day and try to contact the buried dead from the Eastland disaster here in Chicago River. Good night, everybody. And remember, paranormal never sleeps. And also Thursday night, Robert Standing Eagle Marshall will be the special guest. Robert Standing Eagle Marshall. We're going to cover cryptids, Area 51, aliens, and ghosts. And also some Native American stuff. See you then. Bye-bye.